Honourable Members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. BHP is the world's largest mining company and Australia's largest company. They've made a staggering $91 billion in profit over the last 10 years. So why did they receive $622 million in fuel tax credits just in the last year? That is Australian taxpayers subsidising diesel for the world's largest mining company. People are right to be really angry about this. BHP is one of many mining companies benefiting from generous fuel subsidies, while everyday Australians have to pay full price. Meanwhile, the government has made huge cuts to public services in the budget, including cuts to the renewables transition. Perhaps instead of cutting funding for renewables, they should be looking at the billions in subsidies that we're giving to the mining sector every year. Speaking of big companies taking public money, Palantir. You might have heard of it. It was founded by far-right billionaire Peter Thiel. Its business is AI data analytics, and it's enabling a huge expansion of the surveillance state through its technology with absolutely no democratic oversight. It is now worth a staggering $375 billion. This is not a politically neutral company. They're very, very explicitly in favour of US military power and dominance over the rest of the world, and have said that they have a duty to uphold that with their work. Palantir's clients include the US and Israeli military and US Immigration and Customs Enforcement, aka ICE. We know they helped develop AI-generated kill lists in places like Gaza. They helped track and deport immigrants from the US, and it was their AI targeting software that was responsible for the strike on the school in Iran that killed over 100 children. In Australia, Palantir's clients include the Department of Defence and Australian Signals Directorate, and also Coles Supermarket, to address workforce-related spend. They hold other contracts with the federal government and Australian states worth several $100 million. So how much of your data do they have access to? How can we be confident that data is secure while Palantir has explicitly said they will serve the interests of the US military? Switzerland has rejected the use of Palantir after an internal risk assessment because they couldn't be confident about data security. We should be doing the same here in Australia, but instead, during questioning in Senate estimates this week by Senator David Shoebridge, the government refused to answer whether Australian biometric data would be safe from Palantir. We simply should not be trusting them with our data.
I thank the member, and I call the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Wollert is a high-growth community in the north of the Scullin electorate. It's forecast to welcome around 20,000 new residents over the next decade. It's a place where families are building their dream home and forming communities right now. And this is why I'm so deeply concerned by the proposal to build a large waste-to-energy incinerator there, effectively right in the backyard of these homes, of families and also local businesses. So I stand here to make it very clear that I join with concerned locals in saying that this is a proposal that simply does not stack up on any basis whatsoever. The suburb is already grappling right now with issues like illegal rubbish dumping and soil contamination too. And against a backdrop like this, the plan to import an additional 760,000 tonnes of waste into the area raises deep anxiety that's quite understandable amongst residents. So too, the proposal to burn this waste, including significant amounts of plastics and other landfill materials, producing hazardous byproducts that carry the potential to form harm to surrounding communities. These emissions, these byproducts, pose serious risks to air, water and soil quality and could have lasting environmental and social effects for those communities. And in this regard, I want to give a big shout out to the No Northern Incinerator Wollert Group, a dedicated community movement driven by genuine concern for health and well-being of local residents and for the climate. Communities in Melbourne's northern suburbs deserve thoughtful, sustainable planning, not decisions that place their amenity, health and environment at risk. This simply cannot proceed. And Deputy Speaker, last month I attended Seeds of Culture, and this is an absolutely fantastic community event in my electorate to launch Laylaw Tennis Club's new Indigenous garden, which is absolutely beautiful and a wonderful community asset. This was a vibrant celebration of Indigenous culture, complete with a smoking ceremony, live dance and didgeridoo performances and bush tucker planting sessions that I didn't completely ruin. This was developed by Cultural Gardens, an amazing group supported by the City of Whittlesea, and a really welcome addition to the community. It represents a hub where culture, sport and community can all intersect, fostering an environment which promotes sporting and social participation, but also a place where community can come and reconnect to country, sharing in teachings from First Nations Australians about Indigenous life and culture. It's an asset the whole community should be proud of, and I look forward to seeing it enjoyed and valued for many years to come. And can I acknowledge in particular Ian Goolagong, former president of the club, coming back from New South Wales to play a really significant part in the event, pretty significant tennis playing family there, and also Liz, Dean and Rose, leaders of the committee, who've done such an amazing job in fostering inclusion. And lastly, a shout out to an old friend of mine, Dave Gregg, who came back from Western Victoria with his sons to play a part in something that he had a really big connection to.
I thank the Minister and I call the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I have a statement here from a new offshore immigration detention whistleblower, and I quote, "I make this statement anonymously because I am fearful that being identified would have an impact on my employment or even my safety. Through my employment, I am involved in the process which sees individuals removed from Australia and taken to the Republic of Nauru. I have come to hold grave concerns about the physical safety of individuals removed to Nauru. Those concerns arose following first-hand conversations with other individuals directly involved in the Australia-Nauru program of removal and management of these individuals once in Nauru. These concerns relate most acutely to the NZYQ cohort. In numerous conversations, serious threats of physical violence were made in relation to those removed to Nauru. These were not idly made threats. They were said with a tone and gravity that indicated, at best, an indifference to the dignity and well-being of the removed cohort and, at worst, an active desire to cause them serious harm. I came to understand that those responsible for overseeing the removed cohort had a fundamental lack of respect for the humanity and rights of the cohort. The threats included comments that those removed were, quote, absolute blank, pieces of blank, who in Nauru would be mistreated in such a way to make, quote, very clear how they are going to be managed for the rest of their lives. This threat was made by someone who I understood was contracted by either the Australian government or the Nauruan government with Australian funding, who was directly involved in the management of the removed cohort. I was absolutely shocked by such unashamed and gratuitous threats of violence. From my perspective, these comments were not isolated. Another relevant individual indicated that those removed from Australia would, on arrival, face a reckoning, with justice in Nauru served on the streets, rather than through formal channels. I took this to mean that the removed cohort faced the risk of vigilante violence from those entrusted to safeguard their well-being in Nauru. I have repeatedly tried to raise concerns about these matters through appropriate channels. To date, I have seen no evidence that my concerns have been addressed. Instead, I understand that Nauru has recently enacted a law to permit so-called community monitoring officers to monitor the cohort and use force if necessary. In other words, to give legal authorisation to these threats of physical violence. As the process of removal of individuals from Australia to Nauru continues, I feel no option but to bring my concerns to the Australian people. It would be a travesty if, forewarned with my concerns, the Australian government nonetheless continued conduct that saw those removed to Nauru experience physical violence. End of quote. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member and I call the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister, Public Service, Employment and Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every Australian deserves a place to call home, and that is what the Albanese government's budget delivers. Our $47 billion Homes for Australians plan and our budget provides for even more homes, more support to renters and more support for Australians into home ownership. And in Perth, we're getting on with the job on the ground. I was at the Pier Street development with the Prime Minister and the Premier of Western Australia just a few weeks ago, seeing 219 apartments that are being built because of the decisions of this government rising out of the ground, 29 stories. And then further down the road, on Stirling Street, In Highgate, we have Stirling Towers. It was closed by the former Barnett Liberal government, sat vacant for years, but again, because of decisions of this Labor government, we have homes being built, affordable homes, specialist disability homes, and it will bring even more people into Highgate and the wonderful Beaufort Street strip. And then, just above Metronet CityLink project, we have the Rose Street development, another 170 social and affordable homes. All of these projects happening because of decisions that we have taken in government over the last 4 years. And I also got to see the opening of the Common Ground in East Perth, an extraordinary project that helps some 112 people from the challenges of insecure housing or homelessness into a secure place to call home. And that makes a real difference to every single one of those people. What we also know is that those who are doing all of the right things, they're working hard, they're saving, they're trying to get their first home, are struggling. And that's where our 5% deposit program comes in. I recently had a chat to Kate, who's a pastry chef at Miller & Baker, which is a wonderful cafe and bakery in the Perth electorate. She'd done everything right, but trying to find that path into the housing market. We know that it takes the average Australian 11 years to save for a deposit. I'm pleased that our 5% deposit scheme is helping people make that final step into the housing market, supporting more than 300,000 Australians to build or buy their own home, and some 2,058 people in the electorate of Perth alone. One of the things I love doing in this place, as I know you do, Deputy Speaker, is to bring the words of our constituents into this parliament. After the budget, I received this email from Perth constituent Sebastian, who said, "Dear Patrick, I'm writing to actually thank you for standing up for young Australians. That means a lot as someone who will soon enter the housing market to buy their first home. You have stood up against all odds and delivered a fair budget, and a budget that will make long-term change for the better. I bet you and your team are receiving countless emails saying it isn't enough or asking to not make these changes. But I say from the bottom of my heart, thank you. My partner and I felt the weight lift off our shoulders. I know it will take time to have an effect, but it is change for the better. Thank you, Sebastian."
I thank the Minister and I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Police officers have our backs every single day, and we think it's time that we had theirs. Across Australia, officers are facing more pressure than ever. They're being asked to do more with fewer resources, all the while navigating a system that makes an already demanding job even harder. Too often they feel undervalued and unsupported by policies that fail to recognise the reality of frontline policing. We can and we must do more to stand with those who keep our community safe every day. That's why the Liberals are calling on the Albanese Labor government to cut taxes for police by extending FBT concessions, bringing them into line with ambulance officers and other frontline workers. This is a straightforward and common sense reform that would lift the take-home pay and send a clear message that our police across Australia are genuinely valued like other frontline workers. People across Forrest are telling me that they want to back our police officers, with thousands already signing my petition. It's time we stood up for those who stand up for us every day, our men and women in blue. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of Fraser, a father of two and a profoundly vulnerable NDIS participant from my part of Australia, who is being failed by the system that was meant to support him. Fraser lives with spinocerebellar ataxia type 3, which is a mouthful, Deputy Speaker, but it is also a rare and progressive, devastating neurodegenerative disease that robs him of coordination, strength, speech, and fundamentally, his independence. Despite clear medical evidence, he has faced months of delay and neglect. When my office visited his home, we found conditions that no Australian should endure. His wheelchair broke in January, and his request for a powered wheelchair has languished on a desk somewhere, leaving him trapped, unable to safely leave his home or spend meaningful time with his daughters. Worse still, his mobility supports were paused during an unrelated appeal. Fraser has already fallen into active traffic due to failing equipment, and his plight simply cannot be ignored any longer. Across the NDIS, people like Fraser are being failed, but instead of tackling the fraud and waste, the organised crime and the corruption, this government seems to have turned its focus on participants. The NDIS must protect the vulnerable, not force them into a battle for basic supports they cannot live without, up against lawyers backed by taxpayer money who are actively seeking them to deny them the supports the very scheme was designed to provide.
I thank the member and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to mark 24 years of the restoration of the independence of Timor-Leste, which was achieved on the 20th of May, when I was fortunate to join the Deputy Prime Minister in Dili, Timor-Leste, a few weeks ago, to celebrate with new and old friends alike. Back home in Darwin, the Portuguese and Timorese Social Club had a great celebration, and I want to congratulate President Pedro Bernardino and Vice President Germano Bernardino and the whole community that came together to celebrate the 24th anniversary of that restoration. The evening was filled with traditional Timorese and Portuguese food, music, dancing, and plenty of good conversations. Deputy Speaker, my own ties to Timor-Leste and our families' ties run deep, having worked there, having served there in the military, having volunteered there for many years. I'm proud to see the vibrant country that Timor-Leste has become, and I'm proud to be part of this federal Labor government that truly values our partners like Timor-Leste and our regional relationships. To all the ADF and AFP personnel and other federal government members who took part in the development of Timor, and the countless Australians who played a part in the story of the development of Timor-Leste during that time. Your contribution to Timor-Leste is very much appreciated. As a token of Timor-Leste's gratitude for those ADF and AFP members, the President, Jose Ramos Horta, has expanded eligibility for the Timor-Leste Solidarity Medal, and we have been proud as a government to approve the wearing of that to those who are newly eligible. Viva Timor-Leste. This week I was honoured to welcome the Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands, the Honourable Matthew Wale, CBE, and his wife Veronica, along with many members of his cabinet, off the plane at RAF Fairburn here in Canberra. Deputy Speaker, as you know, I'm a big fan on all things Solomon, but our relationship with the Solomon Islands is an important one for Australia, and that relationship is growing. It was great to see the Prime Minister and his team here this week, and both our nation's Prime Ministers have committed to elevate the bilateral relationship, which is one based on mutual trust, respect and open dialogue. And we look forward to this comprehensive treaty to realise a shared vision for our partnership with the Solomon Islands. We are growing and strengthening our relationships in the Pacific, and we're very proud to be doing so because it is important. Our Pacific family, our friends in Timor-Leste and ASEAN are so important.
I thank the member and I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Labor's toxic taxes are taking more victims every day. Today I want to focus on our junior mineral explorers. As a child of Kalgoorlie of the Eastern Goldfields, our junior miners are very dear to me. Junior explorers play a critical role identifying new mineral deposits. Now, these changes are not just hitting the big end of town. They are attacking mums and dads who traditionally invest in emerging WA mining projects. Those who invest in junior miners are funding the riskiest stage of nation building. They are making the hardest bet in the mining pipeline. Taking a risk, just trying to get ahead, with the awareness that most exploration projects fail. But it has been mum and dad investors helping to fund some of the most important recent mineral discoveries in WA, including the Hemi Gold deposit and the Kathleen Valley lithium mine. When West Australians, or Australians for that matter, take a risk and invest in projects such as these, not overseas investors, ordinary Australians, everyone benefits. These projects contribute thousands of jobs, millions in taxation and royalties. But it's not just me who believes that we should avoid disincentivising our junior explorers. Labor's West Australian Premier, Roger Cook, said, and I quote, "We do not want to disincentivise exploration in our mining industry, which are essential for bringing these mega projects to life." End of quote. Mineral investors want a carve-out for these CGT changes, but you can't fix these toxic taxes with carve-outs. You need to scrap them, which is what a coalition government will do. Madam Deputy Speaker, I recently visited Exmouth to see how the recovery from Tropical Cyclone Narelle was progressing, and I was pleased to hear that the Shire has commenced their local operational recovery plan to help locals with the clean-up. An area of immense frustration for locals has been the recent closure of access to Bundigi Beach and boat ramp. This has been a popular recreational area for families for many years, swimming, snorkelling, kayaking, you name it. It is paradise. It was originally created by the US Defence Department for service personnel and their families. Thankfully, Cyclone Narelle did minimal damage to Bundigi Beach and ramp. However, the access road to the beach will require some patching and sand clearance to restore the road. The council has been unable to include the road in their restoration plan due to it being on land owned by the Department of Defence. Work is yet to begin to reinstate access to the beach and ramp, and there's a real fear in the community that access to Bundigi will be permanent. This is incredibly unfair. So I implore the Department of Defence to begin work immediately to restore it. This is a defence town. You need the community support.
I thank the member and I call the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I wanted to touch on some great organisations and people making a real difference in Deakin. My friend, the member for Aston, and I recently attended an All-Stars choir session in Bayswater North. The All-Stars choir has been around in various forms for decades, but they've experienced amazing growth in the last couple of years and now see about 60 participants at every session. Every Wednesday morning, a group of professional Australian musicians volunteer their time and expertise to provide a live music experience for people with disability. The member for Aston and I had a fantastic time at these sessions, and I thank everyone for indulging my rusty, borderline intolerable ukulele and vocals. Congratulations to everyone who showed up and joined in, and a special thank you to all the volunteers who put their time and energy into making these musical experiences so special. Sticking with the choir theme, Deputy Speaker, I also recently attended the 16th anniversary of the Stroke Accord Choir. This is a choir for people who have had a stroke and have aphasia. Aphasia being a communication difficulty often caused by stroke. As Secretary Barry Cole said when he invited me to this celebration, the members of Stroke Accord may not be able to speak, but they can still sing. And I saw that firsthand, and it was a remarkable experience. It's another example of the power of music to bring people together and provide a great experience. Thank you to Barry and for everyone who welcomed me. It was wonderful to celebrate with you. Finally, I would like to acknowledge Donna McKinnon, who has been recognised as Volunteer of the Year at the Victorian Labor Party Conference. Everyone in this House knows that we are here on the backs of great Australians who want to make a difference and who ask nothing in return for the hours and hours they give. I have spent countless early mornings with Donna, late nights, handing out and championing a variety of causes, as well as campaigning, of course, for the Labor Party over a number of years. She's someone who has got boundless energy, is at every single event, every single door knock, every single early morning train station, and she is a great representation of the soul of the Labor Party, and I know parties across the Parliament, and indeed independents as well. We really do need to remember that we stand here on the shoulders of fantastic Australians who want to make Australia a better place. And Donna McKinnon is the perfect example and really is incredibly deserving of the honour she's received in the Labor Party. She'll be incredibly cross with me for mentioning her name in the Parliament, but I think she deserves the recognition that we often get in lieu of those kind of unsung heroes of our various movements. So I think, she is well deserving, whether she admits it or not, and I'd like to thank her for everything she's done for me, for the Labor Party, and for being such a great friend over a number of years. So congratulations, Donna, and I look forward to fighting the good fight with you for many years to come.
I thank the member and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Over the past few weeks, I've had the privilege of engaging with a range of groups across our Gold Coast community, each contributing in their own way to the strength and the character of our region. I recently joined Adam and the team of committed volunteers to celebrate our local sporting champions at the Varsity Vipers Basketball Summer Awards Day of 2026. It was a great afternoon celebrating the achievements of the club's hundreds of registered junior players across the season, while also acknowledging the coaches, the volunteers, the families, sponsors and organisations who make it all possible. The sun was out at Tugun Bowls Club for Bowls Australia's Long Roll event, a part of the campaign to see lawn bowls included in the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. It was a terrific opportunity to meet local members and join them on the green, and I learned that I'm not that bad at bowls. It was a great opportunity to also take part in an event that highlighted the broad appeal of bowls across all ages and experience levels. The club also held their biggest morning tea in support of Cancer Council Queensland. Raffles, a fashion parade and community support brought members and locals together for an important cause. Congratulations to President Karen Spangler and the volunteers who made the event such a success. Deputy Speaker, McPherson's home to some of the best schools in the country, and one of the highlights of being the federal MP is delivering civics education to the next generation. I met with some impressive Year 12 legal studies students at All Saints Anglican School to discuss a range of issues relevant to their studies and the work of the federal parliament. It was encouraging to see their interest and thoughtful engagement, some future lawyers and politicians no doubt. Somerset College hosted me to deliver a class on civics, representative democracy and the roles of federal, state and local government for the Year 6 cohort. The students were switched on and full of questions, a credit to the fantastic teachers indeed. At the industry school in Robina, I had the opportunity to meet with school leaders and the new principal, play a game of multiplayer volleyball against the students and even deadlift with them at the gym. I met with Principal Ian Johnson and Mastery Schools Coolangatta and discussed the school's unique approach to supporting students. It was encouraging to hear directly from the young people about their experiences at the school. Deputy Speaker, we have some of the most dedicated surf lifesavers on the southern Gold Coast, and I recently joined the members of the Palm Beach Surf Lifesaving Club for their annual awards night and dinner. The selflessness of these volunteers was on display when they were rewarded for their contributions to ensuring safety on our beaches. Deputy Speaker, across each of these visits and events, it's clear that the southern Gold Coast community punches well and truly above its weight for community spirit and for mateship.
I thank the member and I call the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs and Multicultural Affairs and International Education.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the things that we've been hearing over the last couple of weeks out in the community, I was at the Berwick Market on Sunday morning, around Dandenong and lunchtime, is the question of house prices and what's going to happen to house prices with the government's tax changes. I want to make a couple of points. What we've seen with respect to house prices over the last 20 years is completely unsustainable. House prices have risen twice as fast as wages. House prices in Australia have risen twice as fast as incomes. That's completely unsustainable for any society. First and foremost, housing is a good that you need people to live in. We want people to aspire to home ownership and to get into the housing market. And yet for the last 20 years, it's felt like however fast they save on the treadmill, the house prices just race ahead twice as fast, and that's what the data shows. The opposition's policy, it depends who you ask. Some of them go on TV and they say, we want house prices to go up. Others go on TV and say, we want house prices to go down. I'll tell you what my position is and what the government's position is. I want to see wages in this country grow faster than the price of housing. Right? We've got to repair that ratio for the next generation to give them a fair chance at owning a house so we see real wage growth rising faster than house prices once again. Now, we saw the opposition leader, Mr Taylor, out in Narrabundah. For those listening at home, Narrabunda's a pretty wealthy suburb in Canberra. He was standing in front of a flat this morning that in 2006 sold for $420,000. The asking price today is $900,000. He thinks that's not a problem. Nothing needs to change. Well, if the opposition want to keep everything the same, I say things have to change. The government's policies, changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax, will see 75,000 more Australians be able to enter the home market and give home buyers a fair go, first home buyers against investors. Now, when the opposition says they want to keep everything the same, the first step to recovery is to admit you have a problem. It's about time the Liberal Party admitted that there was a problem in the housing market and it's fundamentally cooked and unfair. The definition of insanity, of course, is doing the same thing and expecting a different result, which is what we see from the Liberal Party. Well, actually, I'm going to contradict myself. I'll finish on this point. They do have one policy, Deputy Speaker, for housing. It's super for housing. The gold medal policy for stupidity would be to let people drain their retirement savings, push up the cost of housing, and it'd be like pouring petrol on a bin fire. So I say very clearly to young Australians, the government's tax changes are about giving you a fair go at getting into the housing market. The Liberal Party think nothing should change.
I thank the Assistant Minister. I call the member for Bowen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. One of the things I hear most often from people across my Redlands community is that the aged care system simply isn't working the way it should. Not in theory, not on paper, but in the real day-to-day lives of the people who rely on it. I recently sent out a My Aged Care survey which enabled my constituents to give feedback on where the aged care system needs to be improved. The response has been overwhelming. The results of the survey were deeply concerning. 52% of respondents reported waiting 9 months or more for their approved aged care package to become available, and 62% of respondents reported facing issues with the lack of supply of providers once their package was provided. These are not short delays. They highlight critical gaps in the system, and it is impacting the real lives of Australians. I heard from an 82-year-old man living alone after suffering a stroke. He has a level 2 home care package, but it is completely inadequate for his needs. He cannot stand without a walker. He fears falling when he showers, when he shaves, even when he gets into bed. 2 years ago, he requested a reassessment. 2 years later, he has heard nothing. His world has shrunk to a single chair, a single window and a television. And with the limited funding he does receive, he can't afford to visit his wife, who is currently in a nursing home. This isn't care, this is neglect by delay. Another story came from a daughter navigating care for her elderly mother. She did everything right. She arranged an assessment, secured a package, followed the process, but when her mother needed simple aids like a safe kettle or easy grip kitchen tools, she was told to wait months for approval pending assessments. Later, as her mother became almost immobile, requiring the highest level of support, basic necessities like continence products, a proper bed and mobility equipment were still not provided. She bought these all herself, every single item, and when she asked for reimbursement, she was denied. Eventually exhausted and with no local options available, her mother was placed in a nursing home 4 hours away. She passed just 2 months later. That family did everything that they could, but the system didn't. I also heard from a 76-year-old woman who hasn't even tried to access support, and this is becoming a common story in my electorate. She told me it feels that there is nowhere to go for advice and she's not alone. Sense is that it's all too complicated. These aren't isolated cases. These are symptoms of a system that has become too hard to navigate, too slow to respond, and too disconnected from common sense. Older Australians and their families deserve far better than this. We have to get a system that works for all Australians and respects the input that they have made to our community over so many years.
I thank the member and I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sometimes it's a little bit daunting following the member for Bruce, but the good thing about speaking in this chamber and the video feed is that I can cut this up to make it sound like I came up with the idea. But I thought he summed it up perfectly when he's talking about, whether house prices are going to go up or going to go down, or what the government's intention is. And that is that our intention is that wages will grow faster than house prices. Like, it's pretty simple, because I think when you look at what's happened over the last 20 years, with a deliberate policy to keep wages down, but also an accidental policy, I guess, which forced house prices up, is that you've seen house prices go from multiples of 4 or 5 of the median wage to about 10 times the median wage. And it has become totally unsustainable, totally unaffordable, and it really has killed the Australian dream. And so I think what the last couple of weeks has really revealed in this place is that it has revealed the battle lines of the next election. Because when people realise that their investments that they have now have been grandfathered, or the gains that they've made until now are going to be protected under the old rules, when they realise that actually the sky hasn't fallen down, and what you've really seen is just a sensible recalibration of our tax policies to encourage people to buy a family home because it's a family home and not an investment vehicle. When people actually see that the sky hasn't fallen in, what the next election is going to be about is that we are a party that believes in people buying a family home and in tax breaks for workers. They're going to take an election, a manifesto to the next election where they're going to give property tax breaks to property investors. And so I'm not sure they've really quite thought this one through ahead. That's, of course, unless they change leaders again, then I guess everything's off the table, and there's got to be a high chance of that. But at the moment, we have, I think, really seen what the battleground of the next election is going to be. The other thing that the last couple of weeks has I think, really revealed is the philosophy of this government, which is that, and I think the way the Prime Minister summed it up is 2 key things. One is nobody left behind and nobody held back. But the other thing that he said that really struck home to me, and he of course said it more eloquently than I'm going to be able to say it, but he said, when you come across a problem, what do you just sort of throw your hands up in the air and say, oh, I wish I could do something about it, but I'm the only Prime Minister? Because I think what the last couple of weeks has revealed is that we are the party that is not going to cop the status quo anymore. The people on the other side are the party who are defending the status quo. Somehow they've got themselves into a position where they think that our settings around housing are good, our settings around healthcare are good, our settings around industry support are good. Somehow I think they've got themselves into this awful situation, and no wonder they're doing so badly.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about an issue that goes to the heart of who we are as a nation: how we care for older Australians, and whether the system is designed to support them, whether it's doing its job. Because right now, too many vulnerable elderly Australians are being left to navigate a system that is complex, confusing, and in many cases, failing them. Older Australians built this nation, and they deserve to have the care and dignity that was promised to them. My aged care is meant to be a safety net, a gateway to essential services that allow older Australians to live with dignity in their own homes. But what we're seeing on the ground tells a very different story. We've seen families overwhelmed by red tape. We've seen elderly Australians waiting months, sometimes longer, for care that have already been assessed as needing. And we've seen decisions being made by process, not by people. I recently asked the Shadow Minister for Aged Care, Senator Anne Ruston, to come to Townsville because we needed to advocate together for a Townsville man called Merv. Merv's case highlights just how serious the failures are. Here is a man assessed as needing a high level of care, support that should be included help with daily tasks like showering, personal hygiene, mobility, and the clinical care required as a safety net and safely remain in the home. Merv's family, when they were assessed at a higher level, were given a lower level package. So they were finding it hard to get the support to help Merv with showering. They were talking about what days Merv could have a shower. That's just un-Australian. That is a basic human right. And when the family had to step in and help him with the daily living activities, they contacted my office and told me about the extreme emotional burden that they were carrying. This shouldn't have happened. It's not about luxuries. It was about where Merv was assessed. It should never take political intervention to secure the care for someone that has already been assessed as needing. And as for Merv, whose case is now resolved, thanks to the advocacy of Senator Ann Ruston and myself, it shouldn't have to happen like that. People are struggling. Older Australians need the support and shouldn't be falling through the cracks. What happens if the family don't know or how to, or don't reach out to their federal representative? We shouldn't have to see a system failing these people. People are assessed at a higher level. They deserve the supports they need. Older Australians deserve the dignity that they always should have.
I thank the member and I call the member for Chifley.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Growing up, we've either seen or been troublemakers at school. Sometimes it's because young people...
If the member for Chifley could just pause. A division's been called in the House. The proceedings are suspended. To enable honourable members to attend the division, the proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at conclusion or at the division of subsequent divisions.
member for Chifley in continuation.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Growing up, we've either seen or been troublemakers at school, and sometimes it's because young people are doing what young people do, attracting a bit of attention while working out who they are. Sometimes that's read as being a troublemaker, but it masks something deeper. The reality is young people from low socio-economic backgrounds are up to 5 years behind in school compared to their peers. And 1 in 5 young people disengage to the point of leaving school early. And sometimes the response to bad behaviour or disengagement is to shut kids out or kick them out of school. It's a big call, and I'm not pointing fingers at schools. It's not an easy decision to make. The bigger test is how to get those young people re-engaged and to rebuild trust in someone who feels they've been given up on. I want to state my deep respect for those people in our community that don't give up on those kids or those teenagers and work with them. The Learning Ground in Bidwell, supported by the Chain Reaction Foundation, have done this for years, and the greatest thing they do is rekindle in young people a belief in themselves, that they can make a greater life for themselves. Many of the young people at Learning Ground, they are growing up in environments that are shaped by domestic violence, by substance abuse, hardship, families under huge pressure. And these young people arrive at school carrying more than most. They're exhausted, hungry, emotionally overwhelmed. Learning Ground brings together educators, volunteers, philanthropists, local leaders, and they're rallying around a simple but powerful belief that every young person deserves a chance to succeed.
A division has been called in the House. Proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. I thank the Chamber. member for Chifley in continuation.
From literacy programs to vocational support, young people get a chance to think about how to reshape their lives. Learning Ground demonstrates the very best of our community. I thank them warmly for what they do. And their work couldn't be done without a lot of support, which is why I also want to pay particular tribute to Kerr Nielsen and the Nielsen Foundation. For a decade, the Foundation's been a steadfast supporter of Chain Reaction and Learning Ground, pouring so much financial support and backing. Kerr chose to invest in young people who are often overlooked. He came to Australia as an immigrant, built an extraordinary life and career, exemplified the best traditions of giving back to the country that provided him opportunity. His commitment reflects a belief that success carries with it a responsibility to help others succeed as well. For that generosity, foresight, commitment to the next generation, I thank Kerr and the Nielsen Foundation. And together with Chain Reaction Learning Ground, they're ensuring that more young Australians remain connected to education, opportunity and, importantly, hope.
I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it was an honour to hold the Casey Community Awards this weekend just gone and recognise 52 hard-working and dedicated volunteers in my electorate. And I seek leave to present a table of the represented community groups and to have that list incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Thank you.
Thank you, and I thank the government for that. It's so important that we recognise volunteers. They give so much back to our community. They don't do it for thanks. They do it because they love the community, but they deserve thanks. So thank you to all those volunteers that give their time to support our community. Thank you to their families and friends who support them so they can support the community. Thank you to everyone that nominated a volunteer, because sometimes our volunteers can feel like their work is not seen and not appreciated, but it is, and we thank you for that. I also want to thank Nola Sharp, who I was lucky enough to nominate because she gives so much back to the Wandon community, including Wandon Toastmasters, Wandon Rotary, raising money for the world's the biggest morning tea. And she's also the MC of the event and does a wonderful job recognising all of the volunteers. So thank you for everything you do, volunteers. I'm glad we could recognise you on the weekend. And I recently had the chance to join Hillsville Rotary for a presentation of the Ron Goding Business Excellence Award. And this award honours the late Ron Goding, a charter member and past president of Hillsville Rotary Club. Congratulations to Hillsville-based family business Blue Gum Metalworkers & Co. on receiving the award this year. John, Sue and the Blumick family established the business in 1990 as a backyard workshop and have seen it grow into one of Australia's finest steelworks businesses. Blue Gum Metalworkers & Co. was selected for their craftsmanship, adaptability and commitment to our community. They give back to our community by sponsoring the Hillsville Soccer Club, storing all of the Hillsville Christmas decorations for Rotary at no charge. They help with the Yarra Valley Railway volunteer program and they provide aid to local elderly people. And it's a perfect example of the contribution small businesses make to our community. And it's an honour to Ron Goding, who treated his daily work not just as a way to make a living, but as a way to serve our community and society.
A division has been called in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend. Proceedings will resume once the chair is resumed at the end of the division or subsequent divisions. I thank you. Member for Casey in continuation.
I recently had the privilege to join the Our Heals, Our Future Forum in Belgrave alongside many community members, local residents, families, industry experts and local businesses. Thank you to Elliot Bell from Bell's Real Estate, whose vision brought our community together for this important event, and to all those who supported the forum and attended, including fellow panel members Paul from Mountain Men, Belinda from Mums of the Hills and Yarra Ranges Councillor Peter McElwain. It was a great opportunity to talk about our community today, but also how we can work together to build a better community into the future.
Call the member for Brisbane.
Yeah. I grew up surrounded by strong women. There are 7 girls in my family. My mum and grandma were true matriarchs. At school, I was taught by mainly women teachers, and throughout my career, I've been mentored and sponsored by strong, accomplished women who have actually paved the road that I then walked. But being surrounded by strong, knowledgeable, caring and supportive women gave me my voice. I tell this story because women can make a difference, especially if we support each other. Women matter and their voices matter. Women make up half the population, and yet our issues are often misunderstood, dismissed or sometimes ignored. But we know that having women in leadership positions drives the changes that women need. You can't be what you can't see, and women have a place in this world. We can lead and we can make a difference, which is why I recently had the pleasure of joining a panel of women leaders at the University of Queensland. The event, attended by many, or mainly aspiring young women, was hosted by Zoe, the President of the Political Science and International Relations Society at the university. Now, the discussion centred on the recognition that diverse representation leads to better outcomes in policy making and in government. I couldn't agree more. Look at our landmark women's health package and our support for pay rises for some of the lowest paid workers across the country. Millions of award-reliant workers will see between a 4.75% and a 6% pay rise in their pay packets in 1 July in a few weeks' time, and these workers are predominantly women. I also spoke to the students, though, about the importance to leadership of holding true to your values, backing yourself, being brave and, importantly, being kind to yourself. It was so inspiring to be amongst so many young future women leaders, some who may one day sit in my chair in this chamber. Thank you, Zoe and the team, for a wonderful event. Deputy Speaker, tragically, we recently lost an Australian hero and legend, Neil Danaher, to motor neurone disease. Now, Neil fought what he called the beast with courage, optimism and passion that brought hope and inspiration to many people affected by MND. The difference he made can be measured in national awareness and in the tens of millions of dollars that he and the Fight MND Fund have raised to, in terms of getting research, supporting research for a cure. Approximately 3,000 Australians live with MND, including former Broncos player and Queensland Maroon Jai Arrow. It's a debilitating disease. It forced him to retire early. It took the life of a friend of mine who never got the chance to see her daughter grow up. Still, Deputy Speaker, we still haven't found a cure, and we know we need to step up our efforts to find one. That's why it was great to join hundreds of Brisbane residents, at the New Farm annual walk for MND. As was said on that day, until there's a cure, there is care and there is community. I want to say to everyone with MND, we have your back.
Call the member for Grey.
Speaker, I rise today to raise the alarm on behalf of my struggling regional communities experiencing crime, antisocial behaviour and poor mental health. I've had 27 letters sent to me, plus harrowing videos, mostly from subunit businesses, all of which tell me they're on the brink of closing. Speaker, here are some examples. Quote, people are intentionally stealing stock and abusing staff members. Another remarked, never seen so much shoplifting and antisocial behaviour in my life.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to allow members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair is resumed after the division or subsequent division. I thank members. member for Grey in continuation.
Many indicated that they used to leave the door open, but now they have to lock it. And the list goes on and on. The antisocial conduct has been so concerning that the CBD has been designated by SA Police as a declared shopping precinct. This grants SA Police expanded temporary powers to search and move people out of the Ceduna CBD to ensure public safety. But it's not just Ceduna where crime and antisocial behaviour is spiralling out of control. Home invasions and street violence in Port Augusta are placing enormous pressure on police and local services. Suicide rates are way too high in Streaky Bay, where there is a constant shortage of mental health workers. Currently, it's up to our incredible volunteers doing all the heavy lifting, and they are burnt out. All of these issues are rearing their head in the far north in places like Coober Pedy. Speaker, things are so out of hand in Coober Pedy that the Mental Health Commissioner was compelled to visit on May 27. I am told by the SA Mental Health Commissioner that services are stretched and problems are escalating. If the South Australian Mental Health Commissioner can acknowledge that Coober Pedy is in desperate need of help, then why is it so hard for this government to do the same? If we can hear the alarm bell raised by local leaders in rural and remote areas of South Australia, why does this government block its ears? The sad reality is that these communities have been left behind and pushed into a crime and mental health crisis. And if mental health outcomes in these areas continue to deteriorate, there'll be more crime, there will be more violence, and more people being pushed into our crumbling public health system. Crime and antisocial behaviour are destroying these once thriving regional communities. I stand with the families, business owners and local leaders in regional towns like Ceduna, Port Augusta, Streaky Bay and Coober Pedy. And I urge the government to start allocating resources to address these very real problems before it is too late. Speaker, 5 students from Whyalla have done something truly remarkable. Eli Coppins, Kaylin Kaminsky, Simon Coppins, Shannon Boygos and Carmen Rwanda will be representing the electorate of Grey on the world stage at the H2 Grand Prix World Finals in Switzerland. How incredible is that?
I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. After 3 years as club president, Martin Bielski of the Auburn Vale Football Netball Club has made the difficult decision to step down from the role. I want to thank this passionate local leader who has given so much to our community through grassroots sport, as always putting the best interests of the club first. During a significant period of growth and transition, Martin's leadership, dedication and tireless volunteer service have helped strengthen the club both on and off the field.
A division has been called in the House. Proceedings are suspended to allow members to attend the division. The chair will resume and the chamber will reopen once the chair has resumed at the subsequent end of the divisions. I thank members.
I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Auburn Vale Cobras are more than just a football and netball club.
A division has been called in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable the honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions.
Can't wait to tell you guys about the Cobras. Anyway.
I call the member for Gorton.
They are a place where friendships are formed, young people grow in confidence, and the community comes together. It's a fantastic club, and I know there's more work to be done in terms of their infrastructure. Martin's contribution has helped ensure their important legacy continues for future generations. I congratulate Dean Formosa on stepping into the role of interim president alongside Vice President Carl O'Donnell, and wish the leadership group every success for the season ahead. Go Cobras! Getting up in front of others and speaking from the heart is no easy feat, as all of us in this place know, and those who competed in Heat 7 of the WinSpeak Youth Public Speaking Competition at Lakeview College know this as well. This annual competition is run by local Rotary clubs and entered into by more than 40 schools from across Melbourne's western suburbs. From talking about the dangers of perfectionism and AI data centres to the importance of youth activism, these students were truly inspiring. A shout out to one of our 2025 Gorton Young Leader awardees, Joywin Benmar-Rees from Yarrabing Secondary College, who gave an impassioned speech about the importance of financial literacy for young people, showing wisdom beyond his years. And congratulations to all who participated from our local Gorton schools, Yarrabing Secondary College, Over Newton Anglican Community College, Lakeview Senior College, Catholic Regional College, and Bacchus Marsh Grammar Woodley campus. These young people from Melbourne's West are the real deal, and the future is in good hands with them. Thank you to the volunteers of the Caroline Springs RSL sub-branch for their morning tea celebrating National Volunteer Week. From supporting the Anzac Appeal and organising the Anzac Day commemorative services and youth vigil, to school engagement, welfare outreach and community support, the contribution of the RSL volunteers helps keep the spirit of service and remembrance alive in Caroline Springs. This local RSL has a wonderful partnership with the Caroline Springs Scout Group based on friendship, mentorship and shared service to the community. It reflects the very best of who we are in Melbourne's West, people coming together to support one another and make our community stronger. To Peter Burquest, Dave Saunders, Wendy Mason and the veterans of the Caroline Springs RSL and all volunteers in our community, thank you for everything you do.
I thank the member. Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Australia is in the grips of an illegal tobacco crisis, and the report released yesterday on household tobacco consumption and illegal nicotine by the Australian Bureau of Statistics confirms our very worst fears. We are now looking at an illegal tobacco market in Australia that is gripped by 80% of the whole market. So that means just 20% of the nicotine and tobacco market in Australia is 20% of it is through legal avenues. What's worse as well is that we're now looking at a 40% increase in nicotine consumption over 8 years. Now, there should be 3 imperatives when looking at this issue. Number one, the first job of any government is to keep Australians safe. And on that metric, this federal Labor government are failing terribly. We've seen over 300 fire bombings, organised crime, and Nick Mackenzie's investigation into the CFMEU showed clear links to the illegal tobacco trade. We're losing billions in lost excise revenue. In fact, just $4.1 billion will be brought in downgraded Treasury forecasts. For my region, that represents about 5 new West Gippsland hospitals. It's been downgraded by nearly $15 billion to 2029. That's money that's not being spent on roads, schools and hospitals. And the federal government have completely outsourced this issue to organised crime and the illicit market, and that is having a terrible consequence. Now, the Victorian government have just made an announcement on tougher penalties. The thing I would say about the Victorian Labor government is that they're always slow to react and they're always wrong on these issues. States like Queensland and Tasmania have done a great job of bringing in tough new laws to shut down the illegal tobacco shops and change their leasing arrangements, but we cannot have one solution, one focus on one solution to this problem. We need a Swiss Army knife approach to combating illegal tobacco. Law enforcement alone won't work. We need to look at excise tax reductions, beefed up law enforcement and an education campaign, because at the moment, we are going to see a continuation of the illicit market. We're going to see tragic cases like the woman in Melbourne who was killed as a result of mistaken identity in a house fire, a young woman going to work at a convenience store held up for a pack of 20s. They're the sort of stories I'm hearing every day. It's not good enough. The federal government need to change their approach and get real on illicit tobacco.
I thank the member. Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to inform the Chamber of the opening of the first Preston Scout and Community Centre. Now, this was a project that I was incredibly proud to attend and to speak at alongside the wonderful families and volunteers in my electorate of Cooper. What I saw was more than a refurbished building. It was a space brought back to life by a dedicated Scout group and a community that refused to let it fade away. With the support from the Albanese Labor government through the Thriving Suburbs program, we invested more than $545,000 to transform a once unusable hall into a vibrant, modern community hub. That investment has delivered a main activity space for Scouts to meet, learn and grow, community rooms for the rest of Preston and surrounding suburbs to use.
And we have lost quorum.
Oh.
So we will have to suspend the Federation Chamber.
Oh, it was such a good speech.
No, I'm sorry. I call the Assistant Minister in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, that investment has delivered a main activity space for Scouts to meet, to learn and grow. There's a wonderful community room where the rest of Preston and surrounding suburbs and other community groups can use. There's a brand new sparkling kitchen and accessible amenities and outdoor areas designed to bring people together. Scouting plays a vital role in shaping young people, building skills, building confidence, leadership and resilience. It's a time when many people feel disconnected right now, but this centre gives young people and their community a place to belong. To Ian Harding, Group Leader, Preston Scout Group, and to every volunteer, to every young person, young adult who's a member of the Scouts Group, thank you and congratulations. Labor is proud to invest in community groups like yours because when we support these spaces, we support our future. Deputy Speaker, I recently joined the Friends of Bats and Bush Care to celebrate 20 years of the Flying Fox soft release program at Yarra Bend Park. For 2 decades, this extraordinary program has cared for orphaned and injured grey-headed flying foxes, giving hundreds of young bats a second chance and helping them return to the wild. These remarkable animals play a vital role in pollinating our native forests and maintaining healthy ecosystems across Victoria. What makes this program so special is the people behind it. Every rescued bat and successful release over the past 20 years has been made possible by dedicated volunteers who've devoted countless hours. I particularly want to acknowledge Davita Coronel and Lawrence Pope for their leadership, passion and commitment. I'm proud that the Albanese Labor government committed $30,000 to Parks Victoria to help protect the Yarra Bend flying fox colony. To everyone who has volunteered with this program after the past 20 years, thank you. Your care for these unique animals is helping protect biodiversity and strengthen our environment.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Appropriation Bill number 1, 2026-2027. Further consideration in detail.
The proposed expenditure now before the Federation Chamber is the Social Services Portfolio $3,166,831,000. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Noes, I think the ayes have it. In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on the 28th of May 2026, I put the question that the proposed expenditure for social services portfolio be agreed to. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Noes, I think the ayes have it. The proposed expenditure now before the Federation Chamber is for the infrastructure, transport, regional development, communications, sports and arts portfolio, $6,272,841,000. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to. In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on the 28th of May 2026, I put the question that the proposed expenditure for the infrastructure, transport, regional development, communications, sport and the arts portfolio be agreed to. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Noes, I think the ayes have it. The proposed expenditure now before the Federation Chamber is the Prime Minister and the Cabinet portfolio, $3,254,923,000. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to. All of those opinions say aye. Noes, I think the ayes have it. In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on the 28th of May 2026, I put the question that the proposed expenditure for the Prime Minister and the Cabinet portfolio be agreed to. All of those opinions say ayes. I think the ayes and the ayes have it. Is it the wish of the Federation Chamber to take the remainder of the bill as a whole? The question is that the remainder of the bill to be agreed to. All of the opinions say aye. Noes, and the ayes have it. The bill has been agreed to. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. I put the question. All of that opinions say aye. And the ayes have it. I call the member for Menzies.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I call the member for Lyon.
I second the motion.
And who's first? Sophie. I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker.
Do we adjourn?
Are you taking the call?
Are you?
All right, so.
Oh,
that's
adjourned.
okay. I'll speak.
Yes. Sorry. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of that opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m. on Monday, 22nd of June 2026.